Going to make that 5-minute call for Class 1 Whiteface Crossbred lambs. Okay, we're going to make that final call for that first class of Whiteface market lambs. You need to be in the holding ring at this time. We're going to get started with our 52nd annual North American International Livestock Exposition Market Lamb Show. Good morning, Larry. If you would, please bring that Class 1 of Whiteface Crossbred lambs to the ring at this time. These lambs weigh 115 to 149 pounds. For those of you that weren't with us yesterday, I do want to introduce our judge, Mr. Ross Stoltz from Menard, Texas. He's a Texas A&M grad, and if you would, please welcome Mr. Ross Stoltz. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would, please show your appreciation to the young people along the rail as we dismiss them from the ring. We're going to make that first call for that second class of Whiteface Crossbred market lambs to the RSG holding ring. First call, Whiteface Crossbred market lambs weighing 150 to 197 pounds to the RSG holding ring. Gonna make that second call for Whiteface Crossbred lambs, Class 2. Lambs weighing 150 to 197 pounds to the holding ring at this time. Second call, Class 2, Whiteface Crossbred lambs to the holding ring. Going to make that final call for Class 2. Final call for Class 2 Whiteface Crossbred lambs. If you have a lamb in that second class of Whiteface crosses, you need to be in the holding ring at this time.
Outstanding class to start our show off with today. These 5 sheep are exceptional in their own rights. Really not much I change about any of them. But this young lady's lamb we started with, to have so much power, be so smooth down that top, and be that thick when you get back behind this sheep, to be that good up in that chest floor, I really like this sheep. A sheep that runs uphill for me, very eye-appealing from the side. You get your hands on this sheep, he's practically flawless in his handle down his top, tremendously thick up over his rack, just gets better as you get on back. When you really appreciate this sheep as you get over here in the 3/4 and you realize how good his body and rib are, to have a pin set like that is pretty neat. So I think we're going to put him to the front pretty easy. The lamb in second, I love how the sheep's up on his feet. Great front end, the way it's made. I love the way that neck ties out of its shoulders. Tremendous down that top line today. I think we have a slight advantage in chest floor in our top placing sheep, and we have a slight advantage in width of pin set in our first place sheep over this sheep. Not saying this one is narrow by any means, but when you get back behind him and evaluate him, we just have more width and power in our top placing sheep. A very good one here in the second hole. The sheep in 3, the one I'd like to take a picture with all day long. From the side, this is a very, very attractive sheep to me. Well designed, high quality. You get up over this sheep and you get back behind this sheep, he just plays out in terms of volume of muscling from end to end, especially through the center portion of his leg. Just not as much product there as we have at the top end of the class, but a sheep that is smooth as glass down that top. Whoever got this sheep ready and got him fitted and fed did an outstanding job. He's stout made, he's up fronted, he's up on his feet. That's the way I like him. I would just like to blow him up and out of that hip a little bit when you compare him to the top of the class. A really good one here in third. Fourth and fifth, I think some sheep that don't handle quite as fresh down their top. I think we have a slight advantage in number 4 in terms of rack shape over 5. 2 sheep that are similar to the touch. Not as fresh handling as our top 3 placing sheep, but not bad by any means. I think we have a little more muscle, total muscle in our number 4 sheep here. A sheep that I think just fits in that spot quite easily. And the 5th place sheep, one that just needs a little more maturity down his top line today in terms of muscle. Just a little, not quite as expressive, not quite as massive of over that rack. You get back behind this sheep though, from that 13th rib back, he's amazing. He's got a giant hip. It's so big and square when you get back here behind him. Good on those back legs. I love that about him. I just wish we could crease him up, shape him up, make him a little better up over his rack to place any higher. Thank you. Oh, sorry.
If you would, let's bring in that Class 2 of Whiteface Crossbred Market Lambs to the ring at this time. Those lambs weigh 150 to 197 pounds. We are now showing Class 2 Whiteface Crossbred Market Lambs. For those 2 young people that just were first and second in that last division, we will be selecting our champion in reserve Whiteface Cross at the conclusion of this class. So we will need Lila Kephart and J.C. Allen at the holding ring at the conclusion of this class. Our results of Class 1, Whiteface Market Lambs. 10th goes to Gracie Griffith, Texas. 9th, Paisley Holloway, Wisconsin. 8th, Tori Moran, Ohio. 7th, Channing Bass, Oklahoma. 6th, Olivia Ritchie, Indiana. 5th, Landry Sutton, Indiana. 4th, Marie Richards, Oklahoma. 3rd, Harper Minor, Oklahoma. And 2nd goes to J.C. Allen, Elk City, Oklahoma. And our class winner from Class 1 goes to Lila Kephart, Bargersville, Indiana. once we got our step, everything went good. That's right. It took us a second, but hey, when we hit our gear, it went good. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. See, and you haven't heard me complain at all this morning, have you? Not one. I'm happy. Good deal. I just think raised sheep. I don't know for sure. If you would, if you would, as we dismiss those young people along the rail, let's show our appreciation for their hard work. Going to make that second call for Lila Kephart and JC Allen to be in the holding ring for our champion division at the conclusion of this class. Second call. We're going to make the first call for our third class of Blackface Crossbred commercial lambs weighing 96 to 128 pounds to the RSG holding ring. First call, Class 3, Blackface market lambs to the holding ring.
Class is kind of similar to our last class. I think we have a really special individual here, top of this class. I really love the design of the sheep, the balance that he has. Chest floors up in this sheep, and then when you get your hands on him, he's all there. He's so expressive and shapely and athletic down his top line. You know, we might have a slight advantage in loin thickness and width in our second place sheep, but that's splitting straws here in my mind. I love we have some width underneath this sheep. You get over here on the 3/4 where I like him the best. He's so pulled apart underneath, so good in his body, dead level out of that hip. Just a sheep that hits me pretty good. I like this one a lot. Sheep in second, I think one that follows type and kind in terms of quality, in terms of muscle. We might even have a slight advantage in that lower stifle in our second place sheep. Maybe a touch smoother in our loin today. I think we have an advantage in our top placing sheep in terms of freshness of rack and athleticism down that top line. I like that about this sheep. Two very good ones to be at the top of this class. The sheep in third, one that wants to get just a little bit bold and coarse in his front end for me. I like his rib, I like his body, I like his overall muscle from end to end. Not as hard handling as I'd like. I'd trim him up just a touch. That's being pretty picky, but I would like to clean up that front end, extend it up just a touch to compete with our top two placing sheep. The Power Wagon in the fourth place hole, one that you have to really like for the overall mass and structure and heavy bone this sheep has. You get up over this sheep, he's not as smooth down his top line. He wants to be a little rough in his loin today. You get behind him, you love the big pin set, the thickness of the center portion of that leg. I'd trim him up in his forerib just a little bit. I think if we can do that, we get him a little more expressive up over that rack, make him a little more athletic looking to place with the ones above him. And the lamb in the fifth place hole, one that I like for his silhouette. Obviously, he needs a little more rear flank. He needs a little more maturity down his top line to compete with the ones above him. Paints a really neat picture in terms of levelness of top and levelness of rump. Good on his back legs, a little bit narrow underneath compared to the four above him when you get to really evaluating him, but a very nice sheep in our 5 hole. Thank you.
We are now selecting our Whiteface Crossbred Market Lamb Champion and Reserve overall. In our Class 1, our representative comes from Lila Kephart, Indiana. Our class winner in Class 2 comes from Carson Schaefer, Texas. Our second place individual in Class 1 comes from J.C. Allen, Oklahoma. Our second place representative in Class 2 comes from Laney Allen, Oklahoma. We're now selecting our champion and reserve Whiteface Crossbred Market Lamb at this time. Gonna make that final call for Class 3 Blackface Market Lambs weighing 96 to 128 pounds to the holding ring at this time. Last call, Class 3 Blackface Market Lambs to the holding ring.
Really proud of these 4 sheep. I take these and match them up against anybody. They got things that I like. They've got look. They got quality. They got some muscle. They're athletic looking. They move well. They're good on their feet and legs. They're pulled apart underneath. You know, you could go any way here you want, but for sure my champion is going to be our lightweight. To me, it gets a little closer here. I think we have 2 really good ones here to choose from. But this other lightweight really hit me hard. I think he's an outstanding individual. He's going to be a reserve.
Our champion Whiteface cross comes out of our first class and is represented by Lila Kephart, Bargersville, Indiana. Our reserve champion also comes out of Class 1 and is represented by J.C. Allen, Elk City, Oklahoma. We are now bringing in Class 3 Blackface market lambs weighing 96 to 128 pounds to the ring at this time. We're now showing Class 3 Blackface market lambs. Our results of Class 2 Whiteface market lambs. 10th goes to Lily Reed, Oklahoma. 9th goes to Austin Matthews, Oklahoma. 8th goes to Cashley Criswell, Wyoming. 7th goes to Landry Peterson, Iowa. 6th, Izzy Eisendorfer, Iowa. 5th, Wyatt Nixon, Wisconsin. 4th, Riley Walker, Iowa. 3rd, Jax Noonan, Iowa. And 2nd comes from Laney Allen, Elk City, Oklahoma. And our class winner comes from Carson Schaefer, Ben Wheeler, Texas. We are now showing Class 3 Blackface market lambs. Blackface cross exhibitors. We will be showing 3 weight divisions in the Blackface cross division. The first 3 classes will be in our lightweight division, and that will consist of Class 3, 4, and 5. We will be picking our champion lightweight cross at the conclusion of Class 5. Our middleweight division will consist of Class 6, 7, and 8. We will pick our middleweight division champion at the conclusion of Class 8. Our heavyweight division will consist of Class 9 and 10, and we will pick our heavyweight division champion at the conclusion of Class 10. If you would, let's show our appreciation to the young people for starting us out with a great set of Blackface commercial lambs in our first class as we dismiss those young people along the rail. Good morning. Fabulous. How are you? It is colder than yesterday. Are you here tomorrow too? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Are they at the same place? Going to make that first call for Class 4 Blackface Market Lambs to the holding ring. First call, Class 4, lambs weighing 129 to 138 pounds to the holding ring. Going to make that second call for Class 4 Blackface commercial or Blackface crossbred market lambs to the holding ring. Lambs weighing 129 to 138 pounds. If you are in Class 4, you need to be headed to the holding ring. Final call, Class 4, Blackface commercial ewes weighing 129 to 138 pounds. Final call, Class 4, Blackface market lambs to the holding ring.
Interesting class is you know, wasn't really one that just really wanted to go to the top automatically. You had to sort these and concede some things and find some differences. But the young man's lamb we started with, to me, is the most complete sheep out here. Love his chest floor, love his design, lots of quality in this sheep. You know, ideally I'd make him a touch smoother there where his loin and hip tie together. But when you get your hands on him past that, he's easily the heaviest muscle sheep in terms of rack shape. Center body, I like this sheep a lot. You get back behind him, I think there's a little more width down below than we have in our second place sheep. A sheep that's attractive from the side. A young man gets him drove very well. The sheep in second, sheep I love, he's up on his toes, he's up in his front end. I love that about him. Just not quite the body and rib that we have in our top placing sheep. A little frailer made through his center portion of his body compared to our top placing sheep. One that doesn't handle with the muscle mass that we have in our top placing sheep. I think he's very comparable in terms of hip, in terms of squareness, pin set, things like that, and that upper hip. I think he plays out just a touch in that lower 1/3 compared to our top sheep. A sheep that's got a tremendous future. I think the sheep just gets better and better. Same for our lamb in third, one that's just a touch immature down his top line today. A little green and raw. He's made right. He's got a great hip in him. He's big pin set. He's good on his back wheels. I like that about him. He's a stout-made sheep. He's just a little green today to place any higher, and I think 30, 45 days down the road, this sheep will be hard to turn. The lamb in fifth, the one that's just, you appreciate him when you handle him because he's fresh and he's correct to the touch. He's so smooth on his top. He's just a little plainer when you get back and look at him compared to the top of the class. Maybe just a little flesh in that fore rib compared to the top of the class. I like to trim him there a little bit, give him a little more athleticism up over his rack, but just a good solid sheep. Everybody wants one of these in their pen. You're going to get along pretty good no matter where you go and who you show to. He's solid from one end to the other. The sheep in fifth didn't really want to show real well for this young man. One that you have to really like for his structural correctness. He's so good on his feet and legs when he gets him cranked up there. Good out of his hip. Where I fault this sheep somewhat, you get up over the top of him, not much shape, not much athleticism down that rack, just kind of plain. He's smooth, but just kind of plain down that rack, and I change that about him. I like to groove him up, shape him up somewhat to place any higher. Let's give these kids a hand.
We are now bringing in Class 4 Blackface Crossbred lambs, lambs weighing 129 to 138 pounds. We're now showing Class 4 Blackface Crossbred lambs. Our results of Class 3. 10th, Grace McCurdy, Ohio. 9th, Lillian Pearson, Arkansas. 8th, Henry Slew, Texas. 7th, Mary Hayden Blaylock, Mississippi. 6th, Riley Silkworth, Florida. 7th, 5th, Maddox Thompson, Indiana. 4th, Evan Klober, Oklahoma. Third, Jack Hesselbeck, Indiana. Second, Harper Minor, Oklahoma. And first comes from Carson Norup, Loveland, Ohio. We are now showing Class 4 Blackface Market Lambs. If you would, as we dismiss these young people along the rail, let's show our appreciation for their hard work. Going to make that first call for Blackface Crossbred Lambs, Class 5, to the makeup ring. First call, Blackface Crossbred Lambs, Class 5, to the makeup ring. Those lambs weigh 139 to 144. First call, Class 5, Blackface Market Lambs. Again, Blackface exhibitors, we will select our champion lightweight at the conclusion of Class 5. So the winner, first and second of our last class and the first and second of this class need to be on notice. After the conclusion of 5, we will pick our champion lightweight cross. Going to make that second call for Blackface Market Lambs, Class 5, lambs weighing 139 to 144 pounds to the RSG holding ring. Gonna make that final call, Class 5, Blackface Market Lambs weighing 139 to 144 to the holding area. Final call, Class 5, Blackface Commercial Lambs to the holding ring.
Terrific class we have out here in the ring at this time. These top 3 sheep I like a lot. There's some give and take either way, but the freak in the class obviously is the one we put in the first place. So to have one this stout, this thick, this pulled apart, and I mean pulled apart compared to everything else in here, and still have some smoothness down that top, some attractiveness, lots and lots of quality in this sheep right here. You know, if you want to change him a little because he's so thick, if you can make him an inch longer bodied, I think I'd like to go there. But other than that, I don't know if I change much about this sheep. They're hard to make like this, to be this stout, that correct on their feet and legs, that pulled apart underneath, and still be correct up at the top of his shoulders. Just a very good sheep here to start our class with. Lamb in second and third, too, that you can go back and forth all you want. I think we have a touch more muscle in our second place sheep. Both these sheep, you get them over the 3/4, they won't be just a touch flat in that forerib, and that's being picky. I mean real picky. What I would like to do is crank the chest floor up in this sheep just an inch. I think he'd be pretty salty. He's so correct down his top line, almost flawless. He's got a huge top in him, but it sits in there smooth the way I like it, not just sticking up and kind of gross. I like the bone work. I like the feet on this sheep, correct out of his hip. He handles so well. I think we have a slight advantage in that front end as far as that length of neck and that length of front over our third place sheep. The 1 and 3rd is solid. There's nothing wrong with the 1 and 3. Pulled apart. Look at the chest floor in the sheep. You get over on the 3/4, it's all there. The sheep is correct. He doesn't handle with as much rack as our top 2 placing sheep, but he's not void of muscle by any means. He's so smooth in his makeup, giving up a little mass out of that hip compared to our top 2 sheep, especially down through the lower stifle area to our top 2 placing sheep, but a sheep anybody would be proud to have on feed. The lamb in fourth, one that I'd like to change, that neck wants to come out low with that shoulder every once in a while. She's doing her best to crank it up there and get it there where you need it. A great handling sheep. This sheep is fresh. He's athletic. He's correct. I just think we have more product and more quality in our top 3 placing sheep. I'd like to change the front end just a little bit, just kind of rearrange it just a little bit to place any higher, but a good sheep in 4. And the lamb in 5, one I think is going to get better as we get on down the road. Obviously, the thinner one of our top 5, he's a little green. He's still a little immature in his loin today. I really like him on his feet and legs. He's up on his toes. He's correct like he's supposed to be. Great pin set in the sheep. You get over in the 3/4. I love the sheep. He's got a great middle body in him, smooth on that top line. Just giving up some horsepower today to play with the boys in front of him. I think down the road, this sheep is extremely hard to beat. That's a good one. I'll take care of that one. Thank you.
We're now bringing in Class 5 Blackface Crossbred lambs weighing 139 to 144 pounds. We're now showing Class 5 Blackface market lambs. Our results of class number 4 Blackface market lambs. Tinley Jones, 10th, Oklahoma. 9th, Presley Johnson, Oklahoma. 8th, Peyton Cartwright, Ohio. 7th, Cole Kuhn, Pennsylvania. 6th, Porter Parsons, Texas. 5th, Javin Sparks, Oklahoma. 4th, Tatum Minley, Oklahoma. 3rd, J.C. Allen, Oklahoma. 2nd, Landon Bewley, Indiana. And our class winner comes from Hudson Franklin, Shallowater, Texas. We're now showing Class 4 Blackface market lambs. Please note we will be selecting our champion lightweight at the conclusion of class number 5, the class that is in the ring at this time. We will be selecting our champion lightweight at the conclusion of class 5. If you would, as we dismiss the young people along the rail, let's put our hands together and show them our appreciation for their hard work. Want to throw that warning shot out for those first two class winners in our lightweight division. We will be showing for champion lightweight at the conclusion of this class. First call for those first and seconds from class 3 and 4. Gonna make that second call for those class winners of Class 3 and Class 4. Second call to have those ringside and ready. The first and seconds from Class 3 and Class 4. Gonna make that first call for Class 6 Blackface market lambs. Lambs weighing 145 to 149 pounds. First call for Blackface market lambs weighing 145 to 149 pounds. Going to make that final call for those 2 class winners and 2 seconds from class 3 and 4. Carson Norrip, Harper Minor, Hudson Franklin, and Landon Bewley. We need to have you ringside and ready in the holding ring for at the conclusion, final call for those 4 lambs. We are going to select our champion lightweight division at the conclusion of this class. We'll make that second call for Class 6 Blackface Market Lambs weighing 145 to 149 pounds. Second call, Class 6 Blackface Market Lambs.
Some really good ones out here in this class. I think all the way down to 5th. There's lots of give and take here, things I like better in some than in others. The one that puts it together in the most complete package is the young lady's lamb we're going to start with. A sheep that I really like from the side. He's good in his rib, good in his body, up in his chest. You get behind him and on 3/4, he's all there. He is so powerfully made, expressive and athletic down his top, good up on his feet, which I like, up on his toes, moves good, pulled apart underneath, very complete from end to end. The sheep in second might have a slight advantage back to the center and lower portion of that leg. Sheep that is so smooth in his overall design. I love that about this sheep. Sheep that just doesn't quite know how to with the amount of muscle up over that top was we find at the top of the class. But a sheep that probably just a little bit better in his chest floor. I think is very close between these two. You just got to make some decisions. We're going to go 1-2 here today. Good sheep in second. Sheep in third, a smooth made sheep. I love that about this sheep. Maybe not pulled apart as our top placing sheep, but a powerful, powerful hip in this sheep. You get behind this sheep, you keep thinking, I got to move him up further and further. He's so good in that regard. Great rib shape for a thick one. Smooth overall sheep. Solid, solid sheep here in our third place. So the lamb in fourth, just not quite the rack shape that I'm looking for today. He wants to play out there when you compare him to the top of the class. A sheep that stands good, looks good in the ring. Maybe it's just a touch common right there behind his blade. But when you get up on the top of him, you like how big and square he is out of his hip. Big pin set in this sheep, a complete sheep to go in your fourth hole. Just like to shape him up over that rack a touch more to place any higher. The sheep that, the handling sheep of the class, the one here in fifth, I love this sheep when you get up over the top of him. Probably the best handling sheep we have in the class. He's so smooth, so fresh, so correct, wider as he gets back. Great body in this sheep. What bothers me every once in a while, you catch this sheep kind of being plain from the side. I like to jack that chest floor up in him just somewhat. Maybe give him a little more spring and rib to make it more attractive from the side. But when you talk about level tops, smooth tops, and levelness of rump, this sheep's got it. He's good on his feet and legs, a high quality sheep to go in our 5-hole. Thank you.
We are now picking our lightweight champion in reserve. Those lambs come from Class 3, 4, and 5. Our class winner from Class 3 comes from Carson Norrip, Ohio. Our class winner from Class 4 comes from Hudson Franklin, Texas. Our class winner from Class 5 comes from Sadie Allen, Oklahoma. Our second place representative from Class 3 comes from Harper Minor, Oklahoma. Our representative from Class 4, second place, comes from Landon Bewley, Indiana. And our second place representative from Class 5 comes from Marley Massey, Missouri. We're now selecting our champion and reserve champion, Crossbred lightweight crossbred. Gonna make that final call for Class 6 Blackface Market Lambs weighing 145 to 149 pounds. Final call for Class number 6 Blackface Crossbreds. You should be in the holding ring at this time.
That's 6 good ones. I think anybody would be proud to have in their pen at the house. A lot of quality out here, a lot of eye appeal, good balanced sheep with some muscle, and they're athletic, they're trim, they're made the way I like them. But to me, there's 2 that kind of stand out in my mind that we're going to go out there and use for Grand and Reserve. So let's do that at this time.
Our champion lightweight crossbred comes from Hudson Franklin, Class 2, Shallowater, Texas. Our reserve champion lightweight cross comes from Class 5, Sadie Allen, Elk City, Oklahoma. We are now bringing Class 6 Blackface Market Lambs weighing 145 to 149 pounds to the ring at this time. We're now showing Class 6 Blackface Market Lambs. Our results of class number 5, Blackface Crossbreds. 10th, Kobe Scroggins, Oklahoma. 9th, Cash Adams, Georgia. 8th, Cade Simpson, Colorado. 7th, Carson Norup, Ohio. 6th, Hayden Bryant, Ohio. 5th, Michaela Talbot, Michigan. 4th, Laney Allen, Oklahoma. 3rd, Javin Sparks, Oklahoma. 2nd, Marla Massey, Missouri. And our class winner of Class 5 comes from Sadie Allen, Elk City, Oklahoma, and was also our reserve champion lightweight cross. If you would, let's show our appreciation to the young people along the rail as we dismiss them from the ring. Going to make that first call for Class 7 Blackface market lambs weighing 150 to 154 pounds to the holding ring. First call, Class 7 Blackface crossbred market lambs weighing 150 pounds to 154 pounds to the RSG holding ring. For those exhibitors that wish to sell their lambs direct, we do have the lamb buyer is at the loading dock at pillar E16. They are giving $2.17 a pound. So if you wish to sell your lambs, you can do that at the loading dock at E16. Going to make that second call for Blackface market lambs weighing 150 to 154 pounds to the holding ring. Second call, Blackface Class 7 to the RSG holding ring. Going to make that last and final call for class number 7, Blackface Market Lambs, weighing 150 to 154 pounds to the RSG holding ring. Final call, class 7, Blackface Market Lambs to the holding ring.
These top two, really all top 5 of these sheep, a lot of things that I like about them, but as far as smoothness, muscle, and just overall quality, and to be so pulled apart, so stout made, and still be so attractive, you got to go with these top 2. You know, number 2 might be a touch more attractive for some people, maybe a little bit longer neck, but when you get over the top of this young man's lamb in first, I think he just slam dunks this thing. I haven't handled many sheep like this in my life. To have that kind of rib shape, that kind of width down his back, and then his massive, massive hip. He's stout made. And to have all that muscle and all that bone and all that ruggedness, stoutness, so smooth made, so good in his body. Just really complete sheep here in our top hole. Lamb in second, I love from the side. This is a very attractive sheep for me. Smooth on that top line. This young lady did a great job getting this sheep ready to show. I think when it comes down to is just overall volume back to that pin set and through the center portion of that leg. I don't think it's just a blow away topic, but I think our lamb in the first is thicker made. The sheep is so smooth, so good through that middle part of that body, up fronted. I like this sheep a lot. Very nice one in second. Sheep in third, love this sheep from the side. He may have a little shoulder on him, throws him out of balance just a little bit. That's being pretty picky. I love the body. I love the touch. The sheep handles like $1 million. You get on the 3/4 and the rear view on these top 3 sheep, he just doesn't have the overall width, the pin, and center portion of that leg that we have at the top of the class. Just needs a little more horsepower back there to compete. But a sheep anybody would be proud to have. The sheep in fourth, a very smooth made sheep. One I think is still not quite ready. I'd like to shape him up down that top, give him a little more athleticism and expression. I think a sheep that stands good on his feet and legs, very attractive sheep. But I think a sheep, we get him home, get a little more track on him, shape him a little more. Sheep's going to be very hard to beat down the road. The sheep in the 5th place hole, one that I like really from the side as far as getting up on his toes and looking good. Dead level down that top and out that hip. I like that. You get back behind this sheep, I think that's where this sheep gets beat today. Just doesn't have the flare and pop to the center and lower portion of that leg. Not near as big in that upper hip, right at that pin set area as we have in a top 2 or 3 in this class. A sheep that for certain judges, they'll eat this one up. I just got to have a little more back here, but a sheep that I really like for his up-frontedness. He's shallow in his chest floor, and this young lady can really drive a sheep. Let's give him a hand.
We are now bringing Class 7 Blackface Crossbred ewes to the ring at this time. These lambs weigh 150 to 153 pounds. We are now showing Class 7 Blackface market lambs. Our results of Class 6 Blackface Market Lambs. 10th goes to Luke Thomas, Oklahoma. 9th, Charlotte Cook, Georgia. 8th, Amy Moore, Texas. 7th, Adeline Bryant, Ohio. 6th, Carson Norup, Ohio. 7th, 5th, Gabrielle Rout, Indiana. 4th, Grace Moore, Texas. Third, Hayes Henderson, Mississippi. Second, Kristen Walk, Oklahoma. And our class winner comes from Hudson Franklin, Shallow Water, Texas. If you would, as we dismiss those young people along the rail, let's show our appreciation for bringing a very competitive division. Going to make that second call for Class 154, Blackface Crossbreds, weighing 100, Class 8, Blackface Crossbreds, weighing 154 to 158 pounds. Second call for Class 8, Blackface Crossbreds, weighing 154 to 158 pounds, to the RSG holding ring. We will pick our champion middleweight cross at the conclusion of Class 8. So if you are a first or second in Class 6 or 7, you will need to be on notice that we will select our middleweight and reserve middleweight champions at the conclusion of Class 8. We're going to make that final call for Class 8, Blackface Crossbred Lambs, weighing 154 to 158 pounds, to the RSG holding ring at this time. Last call, Class 8, Blackface Market Lambs, to the holding ring.
Well, an outstanding one here to start our class off with. You know, if I could change him, I wish his pelt was snow white so you could really just see how good he is. It's hard to see him with that kind of uh, uh, dirtied up looking pelt, but when you get your hands on him, and you evaluate this sheep from the 3/4, he's just the way I like him. He's pulled apart underneath, good on his feet and legs. Easily the best handling sheep I have in the class. So smooth down that top line, progressively gets wider, good in his middle body. Get behind him, it's lights out for me. He puts those legs down like they're supposed to be. Young lady does a really good job of getting him stuck, being still, showing the sheep. Sheep in second, one, we got a little more frame. We might have a little more length to front. I think he's a touch raw down his top line in terms of maturity when you compare him to our top sheep. One that made is not as exotic in his rib shape as our top placing sheep. He's not bad though for a big framing sheep. His sheep has a lot to offer there. The more you handle him, the more you like this sheep. You get back off of him, you think, well, he's a little plainer maybe, just kind of rougher made looking. But when you handle him, big, powerful loin in him. I just wish he had a little more fat down that top line, smooth things up a little bit. He's got a great set of back legs on him. Maybe not the pin set that we find in our top placing sheep, but it's not bad. It's right there close, a really good one to go in our 2-hole. The sheep in third, maybe the best handling sheep in the class. One that I'd like to take that neck and crank it up out of that shoulder just a touch. That's being really picky. Every once in a while, he wants to break in that loin a little bit. But when you talk about balance and eye appeal in a moderate-sized sheep, he's smooth in his overall makeup. He's good on his feet and legs. He's wide underneath. Big square hip in him. This sheep is exceptional in that regard. The sheep in fourth, one that you talk about muscle, he's got it. There's no doubt about it. I would just like to pull him apart underneath. There's a little narrow base for me with all that muscle. To me, it doesn't really go very well together, but a sheep that when you get your hands on him, you really got to appreciate the amount of muscle he's got down his top. Tremendously thick sheep from end to end. Just too narrow made from one underneath to place any higher today. Same thing with our sheep in fifth. One that's a very attractive sheep from the side. So smooth, so pretty out here in the ring. Young lady does a great job getting him shown out here. Again, when you get up and really evaluate the sheep, he was a little pinched in his forerib for me today. I'd like to bold him up in that rib somewhat to match the rest of his body. But I think a sheep that's going to just get better as he gets a little more flesh on him. Let's give these kids a hand. It's a good sheep.
The last class of middleweights. They weigh 154 to 158. We are now bringing in Class 8 Blackface market lambs weighing 154 to 158 pounds. We are now showing Class 8 Blackface market lambs. We will show for our middleweight champion division at the conclusion of this class. We will make that first call for those class winners and second places from class 6 and 7. At the conclusion of this class, we will be showing for champion middleweight. Our results from class number 7. 10th, Raylan Sheehan from Georgia. 9th, Stella Anthauer, Iowa. 8th, Kix Lee, Arkansas. 7th, Hayes Henderson, Mississippi. 6th, Mackenzie Rule, Texas. 5th, Addison Zerbach, Oregon. 4th, Channing Bass, Oklahoma. 3rd, Hayden Bryant, Ohio. 2nd, Gabriella Rout, Indiana. And our class winner comes from Sadie Allen, Elk City, Oklahoma. We are now showing Class 8 Blackface market lambs. If you would, let's show our appreciation to the young people along the rail as we dismiss them from the ring. We'll make that first call for Class 6 and 7 first and second placing lambs. First call for Class 6 and 7 first and second place lambs for our middleweight division. That's what I like. I like to start on time, and I like not a bunch of downtime in between. Keeps the crowd here, and we get done faster. Something to do with the grandkids? Yes, they were. They're not here now. What's that? I haven't. Yeah. And you drive through it? Yeah. Yeah. If I told my wife that and we had the grandkids, we'd be doing that. Yeah. Yeah. I can't say no to them either. I did have to learn about saying no though. Now what? No, that was a young lady that's worked for us in the past, and those were her grandkids. Or her kids. Her kids, yeah. But yeah, well, I've got a pair of glasses left from yesterday. Okay. Okay. I will let them know. Okay. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, I do have two sets of eyeglasses that have been turned in, one set yesterday and one set today. So if you're missing your eyeglasses and you'd like to claim them at the announcer stand, we would love to get them back to the rightful owners. Again, exhibitors, if you have lambs that you do not want to take home and you would like to sell direct, they are buying those lambs on the loading dock at pillar E16. They are giving $2.17 a pound for those lambs, and you can take them to pillar E16 on the loading dock. Going to make that second call for those first and second place lambs in classes 6 and 7 for our middleweight division. We'll make that first call for class 9 Blackface market lambs weighing 159 to 168 pounds. First call, class 9 Blackface market lambs weighing 159 to 168 pounds. Going to make that final call for those two class winners in Class 6 and Class 7. We need Hudson Franklin, Kristen Walk, Sadie Allen, and Gabby Rout headed to the holding ring for our champion middleweight drive division. I will also make that second call for Class 9 Blackface Crossbred lambs weighing 159 to 168 pounds to the RSG holding ring. Second call, Class 9 Blackface Crossbred lambs to the holding ring.
These top two sheep in this class hit me pretty hard. I like them both a lot. A lot of similarities in the way they handle, they touch. I think we just have a touch more body and rib in our top placing sheep. Second place sheep may be a little better in his chest floor, just being a little jacked up a little bit. But I'm not going to fault the one in the front for having that. When you got as much mass and power and body in you and you get up over the top of him, he's extremely wide and powerful. Just gets better as you get on back. I love the body in him. I love the way he handles down his top. So smooth, tremendous loin in him. Two really good ones here at the top. The lamb in second, maybe not as bold in his rib cage as our top placing sheep. One that's very exotic and attractive up in that part. One that handles exceptionally well. So smooth and correct down his top. This young man did a great job getting this sheep ready. I can handle sheep like this all day long. I think he just goes well with our second place sheep. The lamb in third, I'd love to take a picture with this sheep. I just think he's made right. I think he could be a little more mature down his top line when you compare him to the top of the class, especially right over his loin here a little bit. He's not bad at all, but compared to our top two, he's just a touch green still. I love how he is on his back legs, all legs actually, stands correct and like they're supposed to be. You get back behind him, he's plenty wide. Does he have the pop and flair and athleticism and that muscle design that we find in our top two? Not quite. It's not bad at all. I wouldn't fault him for it. But when you get this tough a class like this, you have to make decisions. I love this sheep's makeup. Lots and lots of quality in this sheep. Sheep in fourth, a power wagon kind of sheep. I'd change his front end somewhat. He wants to be a little shorter front end, got a little shoulder to him. I'd jack that front end up in him, or that chest floor in him just a little bit. But from that 13th rib back, this is the way I like him to be made. He's so square and powerful back here. Plants those back legs down with authority. Big pin set to him. I love that about him. You get up over the top of him, we got some shape. My problem is when you back up over here, I'd really like to clean up that front end, crank it up a notch, and I think this sheep would be tough. This whole one that's just a touch green today when you compare him to the top of the class, I think a little more time with this sheep would be better, and I think a little more width underneath compared to what we had in this class. It was pretty exotic in this class as far as pulled apart sheep and sheep that had a lot of power to them. This sheep is so attractive from the side. He's shallow, he's neat looking to look at. Just needs more total product, more depth of twist to place any higher today. Let's give these kids a hand.
We are now bringing our lambs in for our middleweight division. Our Class 6 representative comes from Hudson Franklin, Texas. Our class winner out of Class 7 comes from Sadie Allen, Oklahoma. Our class winner out of Class 8 comes from Hayes Henderson, Mississippi. Our second place representative in Class 6 comes from Kristen Walk, Oklahoma. Our second place representative from Class 7 comes from Gabrielle Rout, Indiana. And our second place from Class 8 comes from Carson Norup, Ohio. We are now selecting our champion and reserve champion middleweight cross.
Tough decisions out here. I think all 6 of these sheep are really outstanding individuals. Things that you have to really appreciate about them in terms of quality, muscle, eye appeal, structural correctness. Excuse me. Unfortunately, I'm going to name 2 of them champion reserve. There's 2 out here that really hit me pretty good. I think they're made the way I like. They got some body to them, some power. They balance extremely well. And so at this time, we'll go out and name your champion reserve.
Our champion middleweight crossbred comes from Hayes Henderson, Kilmichael, Mississippi. Our reserve champion middleweight comes from Hudson Franklin, Shallow-Water, Texas. We are going to take about a 3-minute break, and then we will be bringing in Class 9 Blackface crossbred lambs. Our results from Class number 8 Blackface crossbreds. 10th goes to Cade Simpson, Colorado. 9th goes to Landry Lane, Texas. 8th goes to J.D. Moracle, Iowa. 7th goes to Cash Adams, Georgia. 6th goes to Kristen Walk, Oklahoma. 5th goes to Peyton Peterson, Iowa. 4th goes to Braden Bowers, Wisconsin. 3rd goes to Addison Zerbach, Oregon. 2nd, Carson Norup, Ohio. And our class winner and champion middleweight cross goes to Hayes Henderson, Kilmichael, Mississippi. Going to make that final call for Class 9, lambs weighing 159 to 168 pounds. You need to be in the holding ring at this time. Class 9 Blackface crossbreds need to be in the holding ring at this time. If you would, let's bring that Class 9 Crossbred Market lambs to the ring at this time. These are lambs weighing 159 to 168 pounds. We're now showing Class 9 Blackface Market lambs. If you would, let's show our appreciation and recognize those young exhibitors as we dismiss them from the ring. Gonna make that first call for Class 10 Blackface market lambs weighing 169 to 195 pounds to the RSG holding ring. First call, Class 10 Blackface market lambs weighing 169 to 195 pounds to the RSG holding ring. Gonna make that second call for Class 10 Blackface Market Lambs weighing 169 to 195 pounds to the RSG holding ring. Gonna make that final call for Blackface Crossbred Lambs Class 10 to the RSG holding ring. Final call, Class 10 Blackface Market Lambs to the holding ring.
extremely close with these top two sheep, in my mind. Sheep that have a lot of things to offer, a lot of quality, a lot of eye appeal. Both extremely good handling sheep. They're stout made, they're attractive. You get your hands on them, I think that's where they beat the number 3 and 4 sheep. They're just so smooth and correct on their top lines today. Very fresh to the touch. I think we have a slight advantage in just hip width and mass out of the back end of our top placing sheep. I think our second place sheep might handle a touch fresher, just a little bit. That's being pretty picky. But both these sheep, I think, are outstanding individuals. We can sit out here all day and look at them, and I might switch them around a little bit. But we're going to go with the young lady's lamb at first. The sheep in third, a sheep that's a little staler to the touch compared to these two. I'd like to change that about him. I love the way this sheep's made. He's got a great body and a great rib in him. You get your hands on him, though, not as fresh, especially up over that loin as our top two placing sheep. Tremendous amount of muscle in the center and lower portion of the leg. Big stifle, great on his feet and legs. Just a really nice one to go in the 3-hole. I'd change him a little bit. I'd crank that neck up in him just a bit, and that's being pretty picky because this sheep's a really good one. The lamb in fourth place, one that the more you handle him, the more you kind of appreciate him and move him on up. He may not be the attractive picture in my mind just because he's a little rougher down his top line compared to the two at the top of the class. But the more you analyze the sheep and get your hands on him, you appreciate how square he is back here at his dock. Big old pin set on him, fresh to the touch. But when you back up, wants to be a little rougher down that top, but a good sheep to go in our fourth place hole. There's really not much wrong with this sheep, just in a very tough class. There's a big sheep in the 5-hole, one that's got tons of muscle. Is a little, not the prettiest sheep in the world. He looks like he's, two sheep put together almost. He's really too long-bodied is what I'm trying to say. Stand-up rack on him, big old top in him. Every once in a while you see the sheep relax, kind of falls apart. She gathers him back up. Everything looks a little better. A hard sheep to show. But you have to appreciate him for he's trim for a big sheep. He's expressive. He's athletic. I would just like to put him together in a more stout package that held together better when she let off of him when he was on the move. But a nice lamb. Let's give these kids a hand. Good sheep,
We are now bringing Class 10 Blackface market lambs weighing 169 to 195 pounds to the ring at this time. We're now showing Class 10 Blackface market lambs. At the conclusion of this class, we will be picking our champion and reserve champion heavyweight crossbred. We'll put those two lambs that just won that prior class on notice. We will be showing for champion and reserve crossbred following this class. We are not taking any breaks. We will go into our champion crossbred drive division at the conclusion of our heavyweight division. And to put all those champion and reserve champions from yesterday and this morning, we will go directly into our grand champion drive at the conclusion of our crossbred drive. So please be preparing those breed champions and reserve breed champions. We will be going into our grand champion drive directly following our champion and reserve champion Blackface cross division. Our results of Class 9 Blackface crossbreds. 10th, Leighton Lohan. 9th, Carson Keller, Kansas. 8th, Jaden Herzog, Michigan. 7th, Samantha Williams, Minnesota. 6th, Riley Walker, Iowa. 5th, Dallas Krebhenny, Ohio. 4th, Mackenzie Rule, Texas. Third, Hayes Henderson, Mississippi. Second, Addison Zerbach, Oregon. And our class winner comes from Gabriella Rout, Frankfort, Indiana. We are now showing Class 10 Blackface Crossbreds. We will be selecting our champion and reserve heavyweight crossbred at the conclusion of this class. For those joining us late, we do want to make our introduction to our judge, Mr. Ross Stoltz from Menard, Texas. He is a Texas A&M grad. If you would, please welcome Mr. Ross Stoltz and thank him for judging our 52nd annual North American International Livestock Exposition Market Lamb Show. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would, let's please show our appreciation to the young people as we dismiss them from the rail. First call for those first and seconds from class number 9. We need to have you ringside and ready for that first and second place lamb in class 9. Hey, just call me Old Softy. I understand. We do need Addison Zerbach into the holding ring for our champion heavyweight drive. If we could get Addison Zerbach to bring her lamb from Class 9 for our champion heavyweight drive to the holding ring at this time. I'm going to make that first call for those lightweight and middleweight champions and reserves. You need to be on call. Just make that warning shot for that lightweight and middleweight champion and reserves. As soon as we pick our champion and reserve heavyweight, we will go into our champion crossbred division. Also, you need to be preparing all those champions and reserves from breed champions and reserves from yesterday's show for our grand champion overall drive. We will go directly into our grand champion drive at the conclusion of selecting our champion and reserve champion Blackface crossbred.
Well, as we get out here in this heavyweight class, we got some sheep that are past their prime that we put on down the line that don't handle like they should, aren't athletic and shapely like I like them. But I think these top two still have some youth about them in terms of the way they look from the side, some nice design to them. The young man's lamb and first just puts it together in a package with a little more central and lower portion of his leg than our second place sheep. I like the way he's made. I like the way he stands on his feet and legs. You get up over the top of him, he's correct on his top, he's good out of his hip. He's complete from one end to the other, and that's what I like about him. Young lady's lamb in second, one that I really like from the side. I like the way the sheep's made, big, powerful loin in this sheep. You get back behind him when you're comparing him to our top placing sheep. Just doesn't have the stifle and lower twist that we find in our top lamb. I love that chest floor in this sheep. I love the body in this sheep. Big, powerful loin. Just gets wider as you get back to the top of that hip. I just wish that muscle would carry down a little further to be able to compete any higher today. The big sheep we have in the third place hole one that for a big one is impressive. To weigh this much and still look this good out here is hard to do. And this young lady should be commended for her feeding program. The sheep is still holding together good. His chest hasn't dropped out of him. He's not old looking. He's just not as fresh handling as our top two placing sheep. Wants to be just a touch stale to the touch down that top. A sheep that I think is very complete from end to end. I love his center portion of his body. I really like his back legs. If I could change him somewhat, I'd make him a touch bigger right there at his dock, right there in his pin set. And that's being pretty picky, but that's what I'd change about that sheep. The one in fourth, one that when you look at him from 3/4, sometimes he wants to look a little narrow underneath. You look at him from behind, those back legs. I think if we could pull him apart just a little, I mean very little, this sheep would be very hard to beat. He handles so good down his top, very fresh to the touch. But every once in a while, I catch him where he wants to come at me a little narrow, and I'd like to change that about him. The one in fifth, I think a sheep that one of the fresher handling sheep we have out here, maybe one of the more youthful looking sheep we have in this class, a sheep that's, I love to handle him down his top because it's so smooth and correct. you get on the sheep. But when you compare them to the top end of the class, they're just giving up too much from one end to the other to place any higher. You get up over the top of him, just not the width and power from one end to get any higher. Let's give these kids a hand.
We are now bringing in our first and seconds from class 9 and 10 for our heavyweight champion division. In our 9th class, our class winner comes from Gabriella Rout, Indiana. Our class winner from class 10 comes from J.D. Moracle, Iowa. In our 9th class, our second place representative comes from Addison Zerbach, Oregon. And in our 10th class, our second place individual comes from Aria Nair, Indiana. We are now selecting our champion and reserve champion heavyweight crossbred market lamb.
Really like these 4 sheep we have in the ring at this time. Certainly a lot of quality, some eye appeal, some muscle. Sheep that run uphill, and that's the way I like them. But there's 2 out here that hit me pretty hard in this heavier division, and that'll be both out of the first class of the heavy division. That'll be your champion reserve. Good job, guys. Good job. Good sheep. Nice job.
Our champion comes out of class number 9, Gabriella Rout, Indiana. Our reserve champion also comes out of class 9, Addison Zerbach, Oregon. We are now preparing to bring in our light, medium, and heavyweight champions and reserves for our champion overall, Blackface crossbred lamb. We need you, all those division champions and reserve, lined up in the holding ring at this time. We're making that first call for all those champion and reserve, champion, breed champions to the RSG holding ring. First call for all those champions and reserve breed champions to the RSG holding ring. It looks like we have all our division champions and reserves. We'll go ahead and bring those in the ring. And we'll introduce our champion lightweight crossbred comes from Hudson Franklin, Texas. Our champion middleweight comes from Hayes Henderson, Mississippi. Our champion heavyweight comes from Gabriella Rout, Indiana. Our reserve champion lightweight comes from Sadie Allen, Oklahoma. Our reserve champion middleweight comes from Hudson Franklin, Texas. And our reserve champion heavyweight comes from Addison Zerbach, Oregon. We are now selecting our champion and reserve champion overall Blackface crossbred market lamb. We're going to make that final call for all those breed champions and reserves. We need you in the RSG holding ring to get you lined up for our Supreme Grand Champion Drive. We need to have our breed champions and reserve to the RSG holding ring. Final call.
Interesting when you get out here in the drive. There's things I like about all three of these sheep, maybe a little better, more on one, a little less on the other. There's some sheep, you're looking at our lightweight to be that pulled apart, that massive in his muscle to still be pretty correct up down his top and look good. It's hard to make. Those don't come along very often. Our class two, or middleweight division, excuse me, one that is so smooth in his design, runs uphill the way I like. Uh, Maybe not the flashy sheep that we have in our top two, but a solid sheep that's just good from end to end. The big sheep we have in the third division, one that's just tons of muscle when you get back from that 13th rib back, runs uphill, chest floors up in him, very attractive sheep from the side. You know, does he have the body that some of these others? Probably not. I'd like to change that about him just a little bit, but that's being pretty picky. For a heavyweight sheep to still look youthful and neat like that, I think is hard to do. But three kinds out here, you know, you like quality in all of them. But there's one sheep out here that I think is just special in his own way, hard to make, and we're going to go with our division for your champion. Good job, brother. We move up our second in that class, or that division sheep that's extremely well made. I think it even makes it even tighter here when we get for a reserve. Some sheep that I really like, but I think when you evaluate them all three and what they got, we're going to go with our third division for reserve. Good job.
In our champion crossbred drive, our champion goes to Hudson Franklin, Texas, out of our lightweight division. Our reserve champion comes out of our heavyweight division and goes to Gabriella Rout, Indiana. We are now preparing to line up for our grand champion overall market lamb for our 52nd annual North American International Livestock Exposition. As we're lining those lambs up, we'll read the results of Class 10 Blackface Crossbreds today. 10th goes to Grace McCurdy. 9th goes to Hadley Thomas, Wisconsin. 8th goes to Dallas Krebahine, Ohio. 7th goes to Jillian Vogelsmeyer, Missouri. 6th goes to Jack Hessenbeck, Indiana. 5th goes to Carson Noonan, Iowa. 4th goes to Kate Stewart, Michigan. 3rd goes to Landry Lane, Texas. 2nd goes to Aria Nyer, Indiana. And 1st goes to J.D. Moracle, Iowa. Okay, we're ready for that moment. We're going to bring our champions and reserves to the ring at this time. As we bring those lambs into the ring, our champion in our all other breeds division is represented by Wyatt Nixon, Wisconsin. In our Dorper division, our champion comes from Henry Slough, Texas. In our Dorset division, our champion comes from J.C. Allen, Oklahoma. In our Hampshire division, our champion comes from Sadie Allen, Oklahoma. In our Natural Color division, our champion comes from Cash Adams, Georgia. In our Oxford division, our champion comes from Caston Jones, Oklahoma. In our Shropshire division, our champion comes from Carson Noonan, Iowa. In our South Down division, our champion comes from Zane Downey, Montana. In our Whiteface Crossbred division, our champion comes from Lila Kephart, Indiana. And in our Blackface Cross division, our champion comes from Hudson Franklin, Texas. Our reserve champions are represented in our All Other Breeds division Kale Deceive, Nebraska. In our Dorper division, our reserve champion comes from Brody Roeder, Texas. In our Dorset division, our reserve champion comes from Caroline Pruitt, Texas. Our reserve champion in our Hampshire division comes from Kristen Walk, Oklahoma. Our reserve champion in our natural color division comes from Laney Allen, Oklahoma. In our Oxford division, our reserve champion comes from Kix Lee, Arkansas. In our Shropshire division, our reserve champion comes from Grace Moore, Texas. In our Southdown division, our reserve champion comes from Karsten Stevenson, Texas. In our Whiteface Crossbred division, our reserve champion comes from J.C. Allen, Oklahoma. And our reserve champion in our Blackface Crossbred division comes from Gabriella Rout, Indiana. We are now selecting our grand champion overall market lamb for the 2025 North American International Market Lamb Show. We would like to thank Ross Stoltz for judging our show today. He is from Menard, Texas, and he is a Texas A&M graduate. If you would, please put your hands together for Mr. Stoltz doing a great job over the weekend. We would also like to take the opportunity to thank our Fair Board staff, the North American staff, and all the volunteers that we've had in the ring work the show over the weekend. If you would, please show your appreciation for all those volunteers and the North American and Fair Board, and put your hands together and show our appreciation for a great Market Lamb show. All right, it takes a lot to put on a show of this magnitude, and we do have a few dignitaries around the ring here we would like to recognize. Like to recognize Darren Benton, Nick Carter, Joe Goggins, and Marshall Coyle from our fair board. If you would, guys, if you'd give them a big wave, and if we could give them a big round of appreciation, I'd greatly appreciate that. We do have Corinne Fetter, our Executive Director of Expositions and the North American International Livestock Manager. Warren Beeler, General Manager of the North American International Livestock Exposition. And Mike Hancock, the North American Executive Committee for the Sheep Committee in the ring at this time. And if they would, please give a big wave there, and please show your appreciation for those people for putting on just a fabulous show and a great set of November and everything that we look forward each and every year to come here to the North American. I did leave one person out of the fair board introductions, and that is Steve Kelly, and we'd like to show our appreciation to him also. We'll turn you over to our judge, and we'll select our grand champion and reserve grand champion and top 5 overall market lambs for the 2025 North American International Livestock Exposition.
Well, first of all, let me say what a pleasure it's been to be invited here to Louisville to sort the lambs. I'd like to thank Mr. Hancock and the committee for thinking of me. It means a lot. Certainly check this off the bucket list of shows. I got to judge a bunch before my boys were born, and then once they started showing, kind of took a break and getting rolling again, and I really enjoyed it. I have a good time working with the youth, sorting good livestock. It doesn't get better. This is what I'd rather do all day long, spend my day doing this than anything else. If I was home right now, my oldest son would be working me to death in the lambing barn. So it was great to be able to come here and take a little break. Really proud of all of our breed champions of reserve we have in the ring. You know, I'm big on quality and shape. I think shape's an important thing. Some of these sheep we show get too fat. I think we need to trim them up a little, show them with some expression, make them athletic, make them have some shape through their body as well, center portion of their body, and be really good on their feet and legs. I think that's important. It all comes down to structure, muscle, and eye appeal. You can get a little carried away putting fancy terms in there if you want, but basically it comes down to 3 things which make good sheep. And then get them fed right and get them shown. A lot of good showers out here today. Let's give these kids a nice hand for all their hard work they've put in here the last 2 days. There's lots of ways we could go out here. There's 3 or 4 that come to the front pretty easy. There's 3 that, in my mind, are outstanding individuals. They have a lot of quality to them. They're athletic. They look the part, handle great, especially when you get your hands on them. It just confirms what you already see with your eyes. And so at this time, we'll go out and name our champion and reserve, and then our 3rd, 4th, and 5th overall. Thank you.
Our grand champion lamb comes from our Hampshire division, Sadie Allen, Elk City, Oklahoma. Our reserve grand champion comes from our Whiteface Crossbred division, Lila Kephart, Bargersville, Indiana. Our third overall market lamb comes from our Hampshire division and goes to Kristen Walk, Oklahoma. Our fourth overall comes from our Crossbred division and goes to Hudson Franklin, Texas. And our fifth overall comes from our Crossbred division and is represented by Gabriella Rout, Indiana.